Morning, everyone. This is Chris Waterman from Ryan Family Amusement in Millis, Mass. I'm here at Scratch Outrun the Bear 2023. Full field today. We have 22 lanes going. I will be keeping track of lanes 19 and 20. I will be getting the bowlers' names and loading them into the scoreboard in one moment. I'll be tracking Marie Scott and Nick Leach on the scoreboard, and then I'll be giving the other bowlers verbally. Marie starts with an 8 box. Nick Leach is spare 9 to start. Spare 9 spare. Nick fills his spare with 8. Nick fills his spare with 7. And Marie has an 8 and a 10. We'll get going here, folks. Give me a minute. Coffee's not kicked in yet. Marie with a 10 box. And Nick finishes with a 9 box. Like I said, I'm a little slow. Nick Leach is 54 after 4, and Marie Scott is 46 plus a ball at the halfway point. 19, we have Kevin Padgington, and on lane 20, we have Glenn Gill. Nick Leach ended his half with a 10 box, so he's 64 at the split. Kevin has a 9 box, and Glenn with a 10 box to open. Kevin off to the left leaves the 1-3, and Glenn with a 2 with an 8-pin drop. Glenn misses off to the right. Kevin covers his for the spare. And I had to fix the scoreboard, sorry about that. After 3, Kevin has a 36 plus a ball, and Glenn is 30. He's perfect through 3. We're live today from Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. I'm Chris Waterman. And Micah Imbrado will be also calling the action. He'll be focused on the lanes to my left, 6, 15, 16. I'm focused on 19 and 20. This is the pair that will be that the finals will be rolled off on. So after 4, it's Kevin at 63, and Glenn has a 48. And I can't wait for my new glasses to come in because I'm squinting to read the scoreboard. I'm Chris Waterman. We're at Millis Ryan Family Amusements. This is Outrun the Bear, Scratch 2023.
I was in your way, I'm so sorry.
No, you're not. I have it high up enough that it's not bothering anybody. Thanks, Steve. No problem. lane 19, we have Jeff Walsh, and on lane 20 is Sonia Johnson. Jeff opened with a 9. Sonia has a 10 box to start. Sonia with a spare in the second. And Jeff with a 10 box. Jeff Walsh with a strike. Sonia chops the 10 off the 6. Sonia with a 9 box. Jeff Walsh for the double. Oh, takes everything but the 10 pin. Sonia just off the head pin. It's the 1, 3, 8, and 10. Jeff covers his for a spare, so he's spare on strike. Sonia off to the left, misses everything. Jeff leaves the 4, 5, and 7. He's got a plank in front of the 4 and 5. That's, if he red stripes it, it should go. He decides to play it off to the left and misses the object pin. Sonia drops 9 with her first ball. And there's where Jeff wanted it the first time. Jeff has 66 after his half. And Sonia closes her half with a spare. So Marie Scott's back up on lane 19. She'll be filling her spare. And we've got, Nick Leach up on lane 20. Nick a little too full on the head pin, leaves a 3 and 1. Sonia fills her spare with 2. Tough shot, and he tries to play the sidewall, ends up with a 9 box. And Sonia ends up with a 7 for her 6 box. Sonia off the head pin, leaves the 3 Stooges left, the 1, 2, 4. Nick punches 3 out of the left side. Gets a good mix, leaves a 7-10 with Wood. Sonia chops the 4 pin off of her leave. Nick ends up with a 9 box. Tries to play the Woods and kick it over the 7. And Sonia with an 8. I'm sorry, Marie. Sorry, folks, I still need more coffee. Nick a little too full, leaves a 2 and 2. Sonia gets a decent, Marie gets a decent, I don't know what. Marie gets a decent mix, leaves the 6, 7, 10 with Wood. Nick takes 2 of the pins. Marie tries to play the Wood and takes the 6 and the 7, but leaves the 10. Nick misses off to the right. He'll end with an 8 box. He's 90 after 8. And Marie cleans hers up for a 10. She's 73 after 8. Nick drops 5 with his ball, first ball. Sonia drops 3 with his first ball, with her first ball. I mean, Marie. Nick drops 3. Marie chops the 10 pin off of her leave. Nick with a 10 box. He's an even 100 after 9. Marie ends up with a 7 box. Yeah, Marie. Hey, I finally said her name right. That deserves a sip of coffee. Marie has the 3 Stooges right, the 1, 3, and 6. Nick Leach in the pocket with for a strike. Got 2 balls to fill his. Marie has the 1 and 3 remaining. And she misses off to the right, to the left. We'll give her an 88 for her string. Nick 2 full on the head pin leaves the spread eagle with a clip wing. The 2 pin is missing from the spread eagle. So he'll close in the 1 teens. Takes the short 3. So he ends with a 118. I can't math today. Ha ha ha. So now we're back to Kevin and score correction going on. Hold on 1 second. Kevin is 72 after 6, and Glenn is 56 after 6. Gone with a 10 box. Strike that. That was a foul. Gone with an 8 box. No, it was a 9 box. Hey, look at there. And Kevin with a 10 box. He's 82 after 7, and Glenn is 65 after 7. Glenn leaves everything but the head pin. Kevin too light on the head pin. Chops the head pin off the Four Horsemen. Glenn covers his single pin for a 10. Trying to figure out why my microphone's so floppy right now. Hold on 1 second, folks. Well, we're gonna go with upside down for now, so I can figure this out at the break. My mic decided to go for a walk, so I had to fix that. Been an eventful morning so far. Hey, all I can do is laugh it off, you know? So after 9, it's Kevin with a 99 and Glenn with an 85. Glenn finishes with a 94. And Kevin with a 109. Sonia with a 10 box, she's 71 after 6. Jeff Walsh is 76 after 6. Glenn just off to the left. Sonia tried to kick the 2 into the 10. Slid by them on the left side. That puts her at 79 after 7. And Nick Leach is 85 after 7. Sonia off to the right. Leaves the Caleri left, the 1, 2, 4, 7, and 9. Nick Leach off to the left. Looks like he's got the three Stooges left, the 1, 2, and 4. Sonia picks hers up for a spare. Nick misses off to the left. He leaves the head pin. Sonia puts 7 on her spare. That'll put her at 96 after the spare fill. Nick Leach with a spare. Sonia has a spare as well. Sonia's 106 plus a ball after 9. Fills that with 6. Nice bid by Nick Leach. It's a lot of action, but the 10 pin doesn't go. Sonia with a 121 opening game. Nice string. Nick Leach with a 119. And with that, we'll be waiting for the other bowlers to finish up. So I will play the sponsor video for the first time. We'll be back after the break. We're back. Timmy Douglas up on lane 19 and Maurice Scott up on lane 20. Tornado starts with a spare. Fills his spare with 7. And Marie with a spare. You're fine. You're good. You're good. Marie Douglas is 34 through 3. Timmy's got 3 spares in a row. He is 46 plus a ball. 2 fall on the head pin. He's got a 2 and 2. Marie's got the whole left side, whole right side remaining. Takes everything but the kingpin. Nice bid. Timmy Douglas on fire. 4 spares in a row. Marie with a 9 box. Timmy's got a tough lead. He's got the 3, 4, and 6. He's got wood pinned against the 4. Nice bid. Didn't go though. Marie off the head pin leaves the 1, 2, and 5. Timmy tries to kick the wood over. He ends up with a 9 box. That'll put him at 78 at the half. Timmy, where was that Tuesday night against Liss?
I don't know. It's Millerfield.
At the half, Marie Scott's 52. Tim the Tornado Douglas is 78. Good, how you doing? The sponsor video looks great.
She did a good job.
I didn't watch it until just now, and I was like, that came out really nice.
That's why we pay her the big bucks.
Yes. Okay. You know where I'll be. Brendan O'Dowd with a nice spare. Kevin Pagnington with a nice cover for a 10 box. Chris Waterman, we're live at Ryan's Family Amusement in Millis, Mass. This is Outrun the Bear Scratch 2023. Brendan O'Dowd is 22 after 2, and Kevin Pagington is filling a strike with his second ball right now. He'll spare that up. That'll put him at 30 plus a ball. Ezzy, are all your shirts like Hartford Whaler themed?
All of them, no. Most of them, yeah. A lot of Harley shirts, too.
After 3, Kevin's got a 49, and Brendan O'Dowd is filling a spare. He is 32 plus a ball. Kevin puts a spare in his 4th box. Brendan O'Dowd through the middle. Sorry about that, folks. I was just trying to catch up some things here on my end. So we have Steve Reno Jr. up on lane 19, and Jeff Walsh up on lane 20. At the half, Brendan O'Dowd is 47 plus a ball, and Kevin Pagington is 76 plus a ball. I apologize if I'm butchering names. I'm still learning. Welsh is 19 after 2, and Steve Reno Jr. is 24 after 2. Nick Leach with a strange lead. The 5-pin slid off spot, so he's got the 3, 5, 7, 9, 10 with the 3, 5, and 9 clustered together. Ooh, nice shot. What a comeback from the ball. After 4, Nick Leach is 39 and Steve Reno is 39. Nick punches 2 for his spear, so it'll put him at 41 after 4. Steve Reno Jr. is 39 after 4. Hello, good, how you doing? Nick Leach closes out 48 at the half, and Steve Reno Jr. is 48 at the half. And Tim Douglas back at it with a spare. Tornado's on fire today. Marie Scott with a 7 for her box. Tornado's on fire today, folks. 5, 6 marks in this string alone. Is it 105 and a ball after 7? Marie Scott off the head. Well, she's in the head pin. Wow, nice bid by Douglas. Scott with a working ball. Oh, wood was a roadblock there. Marine Scott with a 8 box. Put her at 84 after 9. Douglas in the head pin. Nice sidewall action. He leaves the 7 and 9 with wood. No luck for Marie Scott. She hit the object pin, but it goes flying by the 9 pin. Douglas threw everything over at the 7 pin. Marie ends up with a 94 for her game. Tornado with a fine game of 131 so far. He's got one more box to throw. In the pocket, that'll make 7 marks in a row. 2 balls to fill. Tornado off the head pin. He leaves the 1, 7, and 9 with wood. So he could finish at 150. He could finish at 150 or slightly over, or 151. Nice pickup. Running out down and Kevin Paggington up now. Kevin with a spare. Brendan O'Dowd with a strike. Kevin off the top, the object pin. And it'll end up with a 9 box. Kevin's got 111 after 7, and Brendan is 77 plus 2 balls. Paddington, 6 with his first ball on the strike. Sorry, 6 on his first ball. Brendan O'Dowd fills his first ball on the strike with a 9. Kevin with a spare. Brendan with a spare. Kevin with a nice working ball takes 8. Puts 8 on his spare. Brennan off the object pin. Drops 3. Kevin's got double wood to 3-9. Off to the left, misses. Brendan cleans his up, nice spare. After 9, Kevin Pagnington is 139. Leaves the Caleri right. Brendan O'Dowd is a box behind, so we'll wait for him to catch up. He is 120, 112 plus this box after 7. Yeah. After 8, sorry about that. Brendan off to the right. That'll put him at 120 after 9. Kevin Pagnington ends up with a 149. Nice game for him. Definitely a bowler's house. Scoring is high here. Great pin action, and the decks are very lively. Brendan off to the left. Brendan O'Dowd in a nice 130 game, and Kevin Pagnington with a 149. Now we have Jeff Walsh and Steve Reno Jr. up. Jeff Walsh is up on lane 20, and Steve Reno is up on lane 19. Jeff Walsh is 63 after 7. Steve Reno Jr. is waking up now. Had a slow first half, but he seems to be catching on now. Jeff Walsh, no luck with that shot. Steve Reno Jr.'s got the 2 and the 7. Jeff Walsh with the big 4, the banana split, the double pinochle. I've called it other things that I can't say because we're on Family Channel. Steve Reno Jr. He was a 2 and 2. Tries to kick it over and chops the 2-pin off of everything else. Jeff Walsh with a 9-box to finish with an 87. No luck for Jeff Reno. Cleans that up for 10 bucks. That'll put him at 108. And we're at the break now. I will put up the sponsor video. We'll be back after the break. I'm Chris Waterman for Candlepin Corner. We're at Ryan's Family Amusement in Millis, Mass. for Outrun the Bear Scratch 2023. getting ready to set up for the next game. Dean Sullivan and Tornado are already up there, ready to go. Tornado up on lane 20 and Dean Sullivan on lane 19. Tornado, no luck there. Dean Sullivan has the 4, 5, and 7 with Wood. Sweeps it over, nice shot. $10 for Tornado. Tornado chops a 1. He's got the quarter whistler, the 2-pin. Probably the most irritating leave. Dean Sullivan drops 8. He's got the 7-10 with Wood. Douglas goes down the bunny hole and punches the other pin. Now he's got the half whistler left. And he punches the half whistler right for a 4 box. Tough box. Dean Sullivan with a 10, that'll put him at 28. Timmy with a plonk, he takes, I don't think that's a plonk, hold on, I think the 4-pin fell over. Yep. Need a reset. Wait for Timmy to reset. 4-pin plonk was the machine. Timmy back on the head pin, leaves the check mark left with the 8-pin. Sullivan in the pocket for a strike. Tornado chops the 4-pin off of the check mark. After 3, Douglas is 25, and Sullivan's working on a strike. How about 23? I told you folks, I'm sorry, I need new glasses, they're on the way, so I can't really see that well, the scoreboard that far away. Sullivan punches the half whistler left on his first strike ball. Tornado with a spare. Sullivan picks up 6 more pins. 5 more pins, sorry. Douglas Tornado finishes it up with 48. Dean Sullivan at 64 in a ball after his half. So Brendan O'Dowd up on lane 20 and JJ Tourney up on lane 19. Brendan O'Dowd in the pocket leaves the 6 and 10. JJ, a lot of wood bouncing around and takes everything but the 7. Brendan O'Dowd takes 7 with his first ball. JJ waiting for his first delivery. Punches through, takes 4. Brendan chops a 6-10 off the 3. JJ chops 2. Brendan with his 10 box. And JJ with a 9 box. So that makes JJ Tourney 19 after 2, and after 2, Brendan O'Dowd is 25. Brendan O'Dowd in the pocket leaves the triangle far right, the 6, 9, and 10. JJ on the head pin, he leaves the 2 and the 4. He's got wood behind the 4. Brendan chops the 9 off of the 6-10. Tourney with a spare. And Brendan with a 9 box. He's 34 after 3, and Tourney is 28 plus a ball. O'Dowd, a little too full in the pocket. He drops 6, drops 8. Sorry, got the 7-10 with wood. JJ's off to the right, drops 4. Brendan O'Dowd fouled on his ball, so now it'll be an 8 box for him. JJ's at 40 after 4. And Brendan O'Dowd's 42. Brendan takes working ball. He's at the 1, 3, and 7 with wood against the 1 and against the 7. JJ's got the 9 pin with wood in front of it. Brendan cleans his up for spare, and so does JJ. At the halfway point, it's O'Dowd 52 in a ball, and Tourney 50 in a ball. Mike Capone up on lane 19, and Steve Reno Jr. up on lane 20. Reno with a strike. Mike Capone drops 8, he leaves a 6-10. Cleans that up for a spare. Steve Reno drops 9. Trying to get a little better view. I know it's hard to see over the, sometimes the bowlers' heads are getting in the way. I apologize for that. I'm just slightly off sand on the angle. See Reno, too full on the head pin. Steve Reno's junior is 45 after 3. Oh, that's better. Mike Capone drops 8. Steve Reno Jr. with the 3-6-10 with Wood. Mike Capone is a 9-10. There's Wood off to the left side of the deck. Steve Reno Jr. hits sidewall action, takes a spare. Mike Capone tried to play the Wood to shake out the 9-10. Wood slid by the 9. And he just takes the 1. After 4, it's Capone 49. Reno Jr. 55 in a ball. Capone sits on a strike. That'll put him at 55 and 2 balls, I believe. How about 59 and 2 balls? Nice out for Steve Reno Jr. That'll put him at 74 and a ball at the half. Tornado up on lane 20 and Dean Sullivan up on lane 19. Tornado with a strike. Dean Sullivan up on lane 19. Follow suit. Strike on spare. Tornado up on lane 20. Tornado little too full on the head pin. He leaves the check mark right. Got one more ball to fill. Sullivan drops 8 with his first ball. Tornado too full on the, shouldn't say too full, I should miss the object pin to the right. Sullivan with a spare. Seen some great bowling here today so far. Spare for Douglas. Sullivan off to the left. That'll put him at 122 after 8. Douglas is 83 and a ball after 8. Tornado drops 9 on his spare. Sullivan cleans his up for a 10. That'll put him at 132 after 9. Douglas is 102 and a ball after 9. Douglas chops 4. Puts him at 106 after 9. Sullivan just off the head pin leaves a 4 horseman left and a 9-10. Douglas, nice bid, takes everything but the 6 for the 4 pin, excuse me. Sullivan tried to play the outside of the head pin. Leaves a 7-9-10. He's got Wooden against the 10. Douglas with a nice finish for the 10 box. 10 box for a 116. And Sullivan with a 141. Nice games by both bowlers. O'Dowd in the pocket, takes 8. JJ Tourney leaves the 1 and 3. He's got Wood against the right side of the 3. Brennan O'Dowd with a spare leave. Both bowlers with a spare leave. Brennan O'Dowd cleans his up. JJ off to the right, leaves a head pin. And cleans his up for a 10. O'Dowd on his spare, off the head pin. Drops 8 on his spare. On O'Dowd. Tourney leaves it. Nice pocket hit, takes everything but the 10. O'Dowd off to the left, leaves the head pin. Tourney with a spare. O'Dowd with a 9 box. Put O'Dowd at 88 and Tourney with the 78 plus a ball. O'Dowd light in the pocket. Leaves the 5 and 7. He's got Wood angled towards the, between the 5 and 7, angled towards the 7. Tourney with a spare leave. He's got the 10 pin with a plank in front of it. O'Dowd, both bowlers met their spares. Wow, wasn't expecting that. O'Dowd with a 9 box. Tourney with a 9 box. O'Dowd off to the right, steals 5 out of that. Tourney has the diamond right, the 3, 5, 6, and 9. O'Dowd on the head pin, leaves a 3, 4. After 9, it's O'Dowd 106, Tourney 105. O'Dowd in the 2 full on the head pin, leaves a spread eagle. Tourney, nice ball, leaves a 6-10. He's got Wood. Rolling between the 6 and the 10. The end of this round, we'll be knocking out 18 bowlers. O'Dowd with the 3-7 left with Wood. Tourney with a spare. He'll be filling out with 1 ball. O'Dowd steals it back door. Takes a 10. He's got 116. Tourney with a 7. Tourney the 122. O'Dowd 116, Tourney with a 122. Steve Reno Jr. up on lane 20, Mike Capone up on 19. Steve Reno takes 3 off the left side. Mike Capone in the pocket for a strike. That puts him on a double. We are now in a triple strike situation. As Don Gillis used to say, stand by. Steve Reno finishes his box with got an 8 that puts him at 85 after 6. Mike Capone on a double. This would put him into this triple strike pool he would have a share of this triple strike pool if he hits here. And he takes 8. Nothing wrong with that. It was a good ball. Steve Reno Jr. with a spare. Mike Capone with a spare. Reno off the head pin, but nice work and ball. Steele takes everything but backdoor, but the head pin. Mike Capone back in the pocket, light hit, leaves the check mark left plus the 8-10. Oh, Reno just missed off to the left. Capone. Nice cleanup, takes everything but the 10. Reno with a 9 box, puts him at 113 after 8. Capone, 121 after 8. Again, 16 bowlers will be eliminated at the end of this round. Nice spare by Steve Reno Jr. Steve Reno's at 123 plus a ball after 9. Mike Capone's at 129 after 9. Steve Reno drops 8. Tries to play the wood. Unfortunately, doesn't work.
The video is excellent. The sponsor video, you did a great job. Thank you. What's that?
Steve Reno with a 139. Mike Capone's going to finish in the 130s. That'll put him at 137. 140 for Steve Reno, 137 for Mike Capone. We'll be back after a short break. Again, there'll be 16 bowlers eliminated in this round. And we're back. Buyback for last round. The cutoff for last round was 107. Stats are available on the Facebook Outrun the Bear page. There's a Google sheet, and they'll also have a updated screenshot every round. So we have just had Scally up on lane 19 and Dean Sullivan up on lane 20. Scally starts with a spare. And Sullivan with a 10 box. Scally fills his spare with 6. Sullivan drops everything but the 7 pin. Nice spare for Dean Sullivan. Scally with a spare. Nope, sorry, 10 bucks. Like I said, I apologize, folks. My vision's terrible right now. Once I get these new glasses, I'll be a lot better.
I didn't even break 400. That's terrible. Every time I lean one, I punch up a 1, 2, 3, 4, 189.
Well, I've never been down that side of the house.
It's totally different. It's like the left and right side of town.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Same idea.
Okay. Yep. Box for Sullivan, 10 bucks for Scally. After 3, it's Scally 36 till Sullivan 35. I'm Chris Waterman. We're live today at Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Mass. This is the Scratch Outrun the Bear 2023. Scally off to the left. Sullivan with a working ball, drops 8. He's got double wood. He's got the 3-9. Chops a 3 off to Sullivan. Chops a 3 off the 9. Scally misses the head pin. Takes everything but the head pin. Both bowlers with a 9 box. After 4, it's Scally 45, Sullivan 44. Scally in the pocket, drops 8. Sullivan leaves a 3-10 baby split.
Thank you.
Scally chops the 4 off the 8. Nice cover by Sullivan, picking the baby split up cleanly. Scally off to the, misses the, off the mark. Both bowls at 54s. Sullivan will have an extra ball to fill. Chris Parkinson up on lane 19 and JJ Torney up on lane 20. Torney drops 6. Chris Parkinson drops 6 as well. He's got the 2-4-7-10 with wood. Tourney's got the Three Stooges right plus the 9-pin. Somehow picks the 9-pin off that Three Stooges. Parkinson with a nice spare to start. Strike for Chris Parkinson. J.J. Tourney with the Four Horsemen right and the 7-pin, picks the 7-pin off of the got a rogue ball coming back for Tourney. And he'll end up with an 8-box. Parkinson fills his spare with 9. And nice 10-box for Parkinson. That'll put him at 49 after 3. Tourney's a box behind. He's 16 after 2. If you go to the on the Bear page, there is a Google sheet with all the relevant stats. Tourney with a spare. Chris Parkinson leaves the 4-7. Nice 10-box by Parkinson. That'll put him at 59 after 4. Tourney off the head pin. Leaves the Three Stooges right, the 1-3-6. Nice spare by Tourney. Eight drop for Chris Parkinson. Tourney fills his spare with 8. Chops the 8 off the 5. Parkinson covers his for a 10-box. That'll put him at 69 at the half. 68 at the half. Excuse me, he fouled. Chris McDonough up on lane 19, and Mike Capone up on lane 20. Bowled with both gentlemen. Mike has a nice delivery and starts with a strike. Chris is probably one of the more explosive bowlers I've bowled against. He's a good bowler, and when he gets hot, he gets really hot. Both bowlers with a mark in the first. Mike Capone with a strike, McDonough with a spare. And McDonough steals a strike. McDonough off the head pin. Takes 8. He's got the 1 and 10 with Wood. Mike Capone takes the 4 and 7 off of his leave, leaves the head pin. He's 26 after 2. McDonough's filling his strike in the second with a 9. That'll put him at 39 after 2. Capone's got the 4 horsemen right. McDonough cleans his upper 10 box. He's 49 after 3. Mike Capone chops the head pin off the 4 horsemen. McDonough a little too full on the head pin. Leaves the 2, 4, 7, 10 with Wood. Capone cleans his up for a 10. He's 36 after 3. McDonough with a nice bid, but leaves a 10 pin. He's got Wood in front of the 10. Doesn't look like a roadblock. Mike Capone with a strike. McDonough cleans his up for a 10 box. Mike Capone is 46 plus 2 balls after 4. Oh, doubles up. When he gets up next time, he'll be eligible to hit for a share of the strike pool. McDonough off the head pin. He's got the 2, the 1, 2, and 9. He's got Wood. He's waiting for the Wood to settle. He's going to go right at the head pin, and no luck. Head pin goes to the right of the 9. And he cleans it up for 10 box. That'll put him at 69 at the half. So Mike Capone after 3 is 36, but he's working on a double. So that'll put him at 66 plus plus 3 bonus balls. Justin Scally up on 19. Dean Sullivan on lane 20. Gene drops 7. Scally, and he's got a double. Punches the Scally half wish to right. And he puts 7. Almost gets a backdoor 10 box there. Dean Sullivan, the 6 box. Because of Scally's double, he's a box ahead of Dean Sullivan. Drops 9, he's got the 10 pin with wood in front of it. Sullivan on the head pin, drops 9, he's got the 6 pin. Scally for a spare. Sullivan with a spare. Because of Scally's double, he's at 1 box ahead of Dean Sullivan. Scally chops it half twist to right again. Nice bid by Scally, takes everything but the Woolworth, the 5 and 10. Sullivan with the 1, 2, and 10. Sullivan chops the 2 off of his lead. Scally, no luck, goes between the 5, 10 for a field goal. Scally with a nice game of 122. Sullivan drops 8 with his first ball. He's got the 110 with wood pinned against the side of the 1. It's possible that will help. Nice bid. He cleans it up for a spare. That puts him at 112 plus his bonus ball. Chris, you're fine. Justin Scally, 122. Dean Sullivan, 117. Chris Parkinson now up on lane 19, and JJ Torney up on lane 20. JJ drops 9 with his first ball. Parkinson was 7. Nice spare for JJ. Ooh, Parkinson tried to slide it over. He's got the 3, 4, and 10. Just slid it just by the 3 pin on the inside. Tries it again, but he hits the 3 a little more full to make sure that he picks up 2 pins as opposed to just chopping 1. Parkinson 77. Tony is 77 after filling his spare. That's after 6. Tony takes everything but the 10 pin. You're fine. You're fine. Parkinson with a 10 box. After 7, it's Tourney 85, Parkinson 87. Parkinson with 7 on his first ball. Nope, after 12. Parkinson cleans up the diamond left. Nice spare. Tourney half whisk to the left with his first ball, then plucks the 4-7 off of that. JJ cleans up everything for the 10, but the 10 for a 9 box. Parkinson puts 5 on his spare. Nice bid by JJ. No luck though, he leaves the 4 and the 10. Parkinson with the head pin. Nine box for Tourney. After 9, it's Parkinson 112, Tourney 104. Nice strike by Parkinson. Get 2 bonus balls to fill on the 10. Tourney with the Caleri right, chops to the 8 off of that. No Hello Fresh, I don't want your food. Tourney with a 9 box and 8 box, that puts him at 112. Parkinson finishes with a 131. Chris McDonough up on lane 19, Mike Capone on lane 20. Capone in the pocket, not much luck there. He's got the 5, 7, 8, 9 with wood. McDonough in the pocket, drops 9. He's got the 6 pin with wood in front of it. Capone tries to kick the wood, takes 2. McDonough with a spare. And Capone with an 8 box. Elena, A. The dresses. Yes.
You know, it says that I could get it in like 2 days, but then I click on it and then it says that it'll here in like, but I need it for Saturday. I really want that one.
Is it Amazon? Can you expedite it? Okay. Capone with a spare and McDonough with a 10 box. Capone drops by.
Free delivery by August 30th. Click on it, and then it changes it. Usually shipped.
That's weird. Capone puts 5 in his spare. Nice shot for another spare. McDonough with a nice shot for a spare. For a 10 box. Jeez Louise, keep up. I just got a coronavirus, so I'm blaming that. Ha ha ha. Capone's business spare with 6. McDonough with a spread eagle with a clip wing and a talon. So the 2-pin is missing off the spread eagle. The talon's the 8-pin. Capone, nice bid. Takes everything but the 9-pin. McDonough tries to slide the 3 over. Goes by and only chops the 6-10. Capone with this 10 box. He's at 129 after 9. McDonough's at 111 after 9. I'm Chris Waterman. We're at Outrun the Bear Scratch 2023 at Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. Capone in the pocket with a strike. McDonough just off the head pin. Drops 4. McDonough chops 3 off of that. He's got the 4, 6, and 10. If I was, yeah, I'd probably just take the 6, 10 at this point and take the count. Yep. So that'll put him at 120. 120 on the button. Capone's got 2 balls to fill his strike with. He's at 129 plus. Capone just off the head pin leaves the 1, 3, 7, 10. He drops 6 with his first bonus ball. Nice cleanup for a spare. That'll put him at 149. Nice game. Finishing up this game, we'll take a sponsor break now. I'm Chris Waterman. We'll be back soon.
to bowl a 111 or better.
Wow.
However, we have a one-box roll-off between Dan Esdale and Andrew Therian. You're going to throw one box on your lane. Lowest score is eliminated because neither bowler owns a buyback. All right, so Esdale stays alive. Couple quick announcements. First, Chris Waterman's $50 prize fund for the highest string and the fourth string goes to Mike Capone. Mike Capone won the $50, but he has no idea why he won. So, for Chris Waterman sponsored $50 for the highest in the fourth string, and you had the highest for the fourth string. Also, another announcement, CNC Ice Cream actually is going to drop by with the ice cream truck, so if you guys want to grab ice cream in a little bit, feel free to go out and support them. They've been a sponsor of us in the past. We also have one more big announcement to make before we keep going, and that is we have a brand new high women's triple. Glennis McKinley with a 407, the first 400 that I've ever seen in this house, so congratulations to Glennis.
No, I got it up high enough so it's not a problem.
I remember the last time, I think it was,
Is that pretty clear? Is that pretty clear?
yes, sir.
Okay.
It's like, all right, yes.
No, I learned to like really raise it up so people can. Yeah.
Can you check his sugar first? Thank you.
Justin Scally on lane 20. I'm trying to figure out who's on lane 19 after the buybacks and everything's done. You're welcome. I think that's Nick Norcross up on lane 19, so I'm just going to go with that for now. If I'm wrong, tell me in the comments, please. Mike Capone hit the. I sponsored the fourth string, the high single, and Mike Capone hit it. And I didn't realize it was the same Mike Capone that I've been referring to when I talked about him being a good bowler. How he had a nice delivery. I'm okay, really. Oh no, you're fine. It's up high enough. Yep. Chris Parkinson up on lane 20 and Phil Clough up on lane 19. Phil Clough, multifaceted bowler. He's done well in duckpin as well as candlepin. Remember watching him during the 80s on TV when I was a kid in the old Channel 5 show. He's also branched out into duckpin in the past few years. Believe he has a couple championships under his belt. Chris Parkinson with a 10 box, Phil with a 9 box. Parkinson with the 3-7, Phil Clough with the 10 pin in front of, with wood in front of it. After 2, it's Clough 19, Parkinson 19. Chris Parkinson 29 after 3. Phil Clough 27 after 3. Parkinson with a spread eagle. Phil Clough with a 10 box. He's 37 after 4. Parkinson chops a 3 off of the spread eagle. I believe that Bob Lee's book of stats says the conversion rate on the spread eagle for pros is around 1%, which I believe. Parkinson with an 8 box. He's at 37 after 4. Phil Clough sits down 47 plus 2 bonus balls at the half. Parkinson drops 7 on his first ball. Coming up on lane 19 is Lou Garchana. Parkinson sits down at the half with 47. Lou Garchana up on lane 19. We have Chris McDonough up on lane 20. Chris McDonough starts with a strike. Lou picks the triangle far right, then the triangle far left. He's got the diamond middle, the 1, 2, 3, and 5. Diamond wins again. Lou Garchana with an 8 box. Chris McDonough with the Pilsner strike with 8. Chris McDonough finishes with a 9 box. He is 27 through 2. Just a reminder, there is a Google sheet available with all the stats, strings, and buybacks on the Outrun the Bear Facebook page. There's a link that'll take you right to the page. I'm Chris Waterman. We're at Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Mass. This is Outrun the Bear Scratch 2023. McDonough with a spare. Lou Garchana with a 10 box. Lou takes the triangle far left. Chris McDonough fills his spare with 5. He's 42 after 3. Lou drops 4. Chris McDonough with another spare. Lou chops the 2 off of the head pin. Put him at 27 after 3. Chris McDonough in full in the pocket, takes everything but the 10 pin. Chris misses the 10 pin off to the right. Gets a chuckle out of that. Luga finds the pocket. Takes everything but the 610. Chris McDonough sits down 70 at the half. Lou with another 9. 9 times 4 is 36. Lou off to the left, leaves the 1, 3, and 7. Lou misses the head pin, takes up the 7 with the help of some wood. Chops the 3 off the 1. 9 times 5 is 45. Justin Scally up on lane 20. And Nick Norcross up on lane 19. Scally drops 8 in his spare. Norcross off the head pin drops 5. I'm sorry, that's 4. Norcross off the head pin leaves the 1, 3, 7, 10 with wood. Chris McDonough Justin Scally chops 2 off. Justin Scally with a 9 bucks. sorry to hear that.
You'll see me at Timber Lanes.
Oh, yeah, I'll be doing the ultimate ladder, so. Okay, all right. Have a good one. Scally misses off to the left. It's an 8 box that puts him at 102. Nick Norcross with a strike. Nick Norcross finishes with a 117. Justin Scally's going to finish in the 110s. And that's a 112 for Justin Scally. Phil Clough up on lane 19. Chris Parkinson on lane 20. Justin Scally just walked by saying that's trouble, that's trouble. Looks like the cut line's going to be a little higher this year, this time around. Now that we're getting a little further into it, the cut line will start moving up and up, creeping up and up. Chris Parkinson with the spread eagle plus the beak, the 5-pin. Phil Clough is 72 through 7. Chris Parkinson is 62 through 6. He's 68 through 7. Chris Parkinson with the spread eagle left. Phil Clough misses the 10-pin. That'll put him at 81 after 8. Chris Parkinson misses the object pin. Phil Clough in the pocket. Phil Clough on the 9 box. Chris Parkinson with a 10. He's 78 through 8. Phil Clough with a spare in the 9th. That'll put him at 91 plus a ball.
Like, thanks for taking that out of my wallet. I knew it was gonna get beat.
Yeah, it looks like the cut line's going to be around 112. Philip Clough on the 118. Chris Parkinson with a nice little blessing from the bowling gods gets a spare. That'll put him at 98 plus a ball. Chris Parkinson, 105. Now we have Lou Garchana up on lane 19 and Chris McDonough on lane 20. Lou starts off with a spare. Chris McDonough with an 8 box. Lou Garchana fills his spare with 3. Off to the left, way off to the left, only chops a 7 off of that. After 6, it's Chris McDonough, 79. Lou Garchana's at 65 after 7. Chris with the working balls gets a 9 drop. Lou Garchana just off the head pin leaves the 1, 2, and 8. Chris McDonough thought the wood was a roadblock and he tried to play it off to the left. Ball went one way, wood went the other, the 10 pin still standing. Lou off the head pin, takes the 2 and the 8. Chris McDonough with a 10 box, that'll put him at 89 after 8. After 7, I can count. Lou Garchana with a 74 after 8. Chris McDonough in the pocket. Drops 8. He's got the 6 and 10 with wood. Lou Garchana with a strike. Chris McDonough with a spare. Lou Garchana off to the right, takes the 10 pin off the full rack. Chris McDonough punches 3 for his spare. He's 102 after 8 after filling his spare. Chris punches another 3. Now he's got the big 4, double pinochle, banana split, whatever you want to call it. And he'll pick 2 off of that. He's 110 after 9. Lou Garchana's an even 100 after finishing his game. Predicting the cut line will be around 112 this game. Chris McDonough drops 9. Nice backdoor wood action. Take out the 2, leaves him with 7 pin. Unfortunately, now he's got 3 pieces of wood, cap end facing him. Goes right at the cap, like the wood goes right at the cap, playing the pin like the wood wasn't even there. Now he's at 120 plus a ball. In the pocket, Splash is 7. Splash is 6, excuse me. My math's horrible. His final was 126. Like I said, folks, I'm sorry. My new glasses are on the way. I can't see very well right now. I'm Chris Waterman. We're at Ryan Family Amusements in Millis for Outrun the Bear Scratch 2023. We'll be back right after this break. Just a quick update. First of all, apologies for leaving the mic on. We're going to be redrawing lanes, so after I come back from the sponsor break, I'll give you a quick breakdown of what's going on. Google spreadsheets available on the Outrun the Bear Candlepin, Outrun the Bear Facebook page. I'm Chris Waterman. We're at Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Mass. This is Outrun the Bear Scratch 2023.
Also,
right.
I have one that's specific for Outrun the bear.
I didn't have it, so I was keeping track of
Picking a pair.
a pair, and then I was verbally doing the others, which it keeps me involved, and I'm not just kind of drifting off that way.
I get that. That's why I love doing the score.
Now, who's the bowler on 19? Does anybody
An 18?
know? 19. To figure out who the bowler is on 19. If anybody has an idea, let me know, please. I'm Chris Waterman. We're at Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Mass. This is the 2023 edition of Outrun the Bear Scratch. Scotty Douglas is up on lane 20, and Jason Gauthier Jr. is up on lane 19. Trying to get my self reset here. Sorry about that. Kevin Paddington is up on lane 19. And forgive me, I don't know who's up on lane 20. Lane 20 is 20 plus a ball after 2. And Kevin is 17 after 2. Lane 20 with the half Worcester. Puts him at 22 after 2. Kevin Paddington with the diamond center, the 1, 2, 3, 5. Kevin with a spare. Lane 20 has the 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10. Chops the 10 off of that. He's 28 after 3. And Kevin's 27 plus a ball after 3. Nice first ball, drops 9. Kevin drops 3 on his spare. He's at 30 after 3. Lane 20 is 38 plus a ball after 4. Kevin is 39 after 4. Lane 22 full on the head pin, goes through, leaves the spread eagle with a clip wing. The 7 pin's missing out the spread eagle. Kevin in the pocket drops everything but the 7 pin. Lane 20 picks the 4 pin off of his spread eagle clip wing. Kevin with a spare. Kevin is 49 plus a ball after at the halfway point. And lane 20 is 51 at the halfway point. Scotty Douglas up on lane 20 and Jason Gauthier Jr. up on lane 19. Douglas light in the head pin leaves the 3, 5, and 10. Jason Gauthier leaves the 4 and the 9, the 6 and the 9. Scotty misses. Jason chops the 9 off of the 6. Scott cleans this up for a 10 box.
Do you need anything to drink?
Yes, yes. Water, please. And thank you so much. Scott Douglas with a spare. Need time for Jason Gauthier. The sweep came down right on top of a piece of wood, and it prevented a cleanup. Piece of dead wood hanging around in the gutter. Shouldn't be.
I thought it was going. I heard the noise.
Douglas on the object pin leaves a 6 and 10. He's at 103 after 8. Jason Gauthier, Jr. on the object pin. Throws a bunch of wood around, but doesn't take the 7. Scotty Douglas with a 10 box that'll put him at 113. Jason Gauthier with a 10 box. After 9, it's Gauthier 111, Douglas 113. Strike for Gauthier. Douglas has a spread eagle. Douglas chops the 3-pin off the spread eagle. Tries to go for count there and chops another one. That puts him at 119 for his game. Jason Gauthier. Phil's first spill balls with a 5. And ends up with a 8 box for a 129. Any idea who's on lane 20?
That is Danny Harris.
Okay. Danny Harris is on lane 20. Kevin Pagnington with the 6, 7, 10 on lane 19. Danny with a 9 box. Puts him at 60 after 6. Kevin is 59 after 6. Harris in the pocket, a little too full, leaves a check mark left to 2, 3, the 2, 4, 5, and 7. Pagnington drops everything but the 7 pin. Danny Harris ends up with a 9 box. He's at 69. Nice. So is Kevin Pagnington. So both bowlers are 69. Nice. After 7. Harris full on the head pin. Leaves the 4, 7, 9, and 10. Kevin Pagnington with a strike. Probably play the wood on the left side and drive it over, try to drive it over. Nice shot by Harris. Harris with the spread eagle and a talon. The talon is the 8 pin. Kevin Pagnington lighted.
Call it a talent.
Yep.
I called the 1-5. I said, well, that one's just been spatchcocks.
I call that one the surgeon's ball because you pluck the heart out.
Yeah.
Pagnington off to the left. Only takes the 7. Harris is 88 after 9. Tough break for Pagnington. He's 93 after 9. I have a feeling that the cut line's going to be significantly higher this string. Probably guess 120, 121, 122. No luck for Pagnington. He's got what the 10 pins bowlers would call a Durbin, and that is the 3, 6, 9, and 10. And he tries to pluck 3 off of that, takes 2. Pagnington 101, Harris 98. We'll be back after this short break.
better.
Sorry I was off a little bit. Sue me. I said 120 on the stream.
I want to get it to the point where we have like their scores integrated so you can see it in live time. I'd love to get views live so we can see everybody who's come at that time.
Did you hear the story about this? When I was one day, I think I was at Lakeside. I was clearing this by hand.
Oh yeah.
Corey sent me like an instant message, like,
There's a
you know,
clear
there's a clear button up there, right? I'm like, shut up.
Yeah. Isn't that a great little toy?
Yes.
I'll get you different iterations of the score sheet. And anytime that you're doing something, say, hey, look, I need one for X.
So we're not going to redraw this lane, this string rather, but you're going to move one to the right, wrap around. If a whole lane next to you is out, just keep moving to the right until we're as far to the right as possible.
Yeah, if you ever need any score sheet, you ever need anything, just ping me.
Okay, absolutely. I will do that.
Really easy to
If you have two single bowlers side by side, you can't merge together to try to keep everything
for this
moving.
one, I had it set up for 8 bowlers on the side. So it was one string, and then bowler 1, bowler 5, 2, 6, 3, 7, 4, 8. Never ended up using the 4 bowlers. And then I had like 12 taps down the bottom. So I can keep all my previous rounds and just move on to the next one. So I'll make sure you guys don't, by all means, ping me anytime.
Oh, absolutely. I will do that then. All right, so now who's...
In front of you, the people that we don't know.
Well, that's Jason Gauthier Jr. I don't know who the other gentleman is, so...
Come on, man. He's having fun. He's having fun. I did the first 4 strings and then I ran away. A lot of work after a while. No, I love it.
Yep. Hold the phone. Everybody's shuffling again. It's like the 12 Pains of Christmas. I don't even know half these people. Okay.
So the 166 was Brian Crowell.
Wow.
So he is on 20. And that looks like Nick on 19.
Nick Norcross? All right. I can spell.
And that's Glenn McKinley, right? Following with him.
I believe so.
And then that's Nick and Jason Doucette.
Okay, Brian Crowell's up on lane 20. We have Nick Norcross up on lane 19. I'm Chris Waterman. We're at Outrun the Bears Scratch 2023 at Ryan Family Amusement in Millis, Mass. Brian just off the head pin leaves the 1-3-8-9. Nick Norcross takes everything but the head pin. Brian with a spare to start, as well as Norcross. Brian, 2 full on the head pin, leaves the spread eagle. He'll fill his spare with 4. Nick Norcross with a strike on spare. Brian off to the left, picks the 7 pin off of the spread eagle. Nick Norcross on his strike off to the right, takes 7 with his first bonus ball. Ooh, nice bid by Brian Crowell. Takes 8. Norcross with a spare, so that's 3 marks in a row for him.
Oh, I did it before 7:10 there by Jim.
Norcross off to the right, takes 3.
Yes. Okay.
Brian Crowell has the spread eagle with a clipped wing. Norcross with another spare. He's on fire on this game, this string. He's at 63 and a ball after 4. Brian chops 2 off of that, so he'll finish with an 8 box. He's 30 after 3. Nick Norcross takes 6. He's got the 2, 3, 6, and 7. Brian Crowell has the spread eagle right plus the 7 pin. Nick Norcross with the bid. Takes 3. Brian Crowell has the high-low jack left, no wood. Nick Norcross with a 10 box. That'll put him at 79 at the half. Great half for Nick Norcross. Nice 10 box for Brian Crowell. Aaron St. Cyr will be up on lane 19 once Brian finishes. Brian off to the right leaves the 1, 2, and 7. There is wood on the deck, but I don't know if it'll help. It's helpful. Two full on the head pin leaves the 2 pin.
Kind of want to hear him shake the ball.
And a 10 box for Brian Crowell that'll put him at 49 at the half. And we have Aaron St. Cyr up on lane 19 and on lane 20 is Glennis McKinley. Oh, thank you. Eh? Glennis up on lane 20. In the pocket drops 5. She's got the 2, 4, 7, 9, and 10 is wood. Aaron St. Cyr off to the, just slightly off to the right. Leaves the 247. Nice shot by Glennis McKinley. Both balls with spares in the first. He sure did. He sure did. Glennis in the pocket, strike on spare. Aaron St. Cyr just off the head pin. He leaves the 4 horseman right.
Hey, you got a laundry to get it, man.
His name doesn't end in a vowel.
St. Cyr chops the head pin off the 4 horseman. And he ends with the 9 bucks.
Attaboy.
Glennis in the pocket, doubles. Stand by. And St. Cyr drops 9. He's got the 4 pin. St. Cyr with a spare. Stand by. Glennis McKinley's working on a double. She could grab herself a share with a strike pull right now. In the pocket. Glennis McKinley just grabbed herself a share of the strike pull. Great shot. St. Cyr is the 1, 9, and 10. He's got wood that looks like it'll be helpful. Missed the head pin now. Quads! Oh! Had a bid for quads there. Left the 4-7 now. St. Cyr is 51 after 4.
Uh-oh. 17 is a bad bet.
Glennis McKinley with a spare.
17 is ugly.
Glennis McKinley sitting down. 108 plus a ball at the half. And Aaron St. Cyr chops the 5 off the...
113 first half and then finished it with a 165 and like choked it all away. Hopefully she did better than I did. Just gotta drop the deck and get 5 or 6 pins out of the tubes.
Brian Crowell with the 4-7-10. Nick Norcross in the pocket, a little too full, leaves the 3-6 and 10. Norcross with a spare. No luck on that. Nice bid. Wood didn't want to play nice though. Norcross just off the head pin. Leaves the 1, 2, and 7. Crowell with a 10 box. Norcross with another 7 drop on his spare.
Ryan threw a strike in the 7th.
Ryan threw it. Oh. Thank you. I was too busy catching up with the math on Nick. Okay. Stop yelling at me. Jeez. After 8, it's Crowell 87, Norcross 123. Crowell in the pocket, drops everything but the kingpin. Norcross misses the head pin. Puts him at 132. And my colleague Mike Imprado just pointed out that Norcross did have a perfect string going. Left 1 pin on the deck so far. Spare for Crowell. Chop the 5 off of the triangle. Crowell in the pocket, drops 8. Nick Norcross 1 pin away from a perfect game. Left a single pin on the deck. Spare for Crowell, he'll fill that. He's got 1 fill ball left. He's 115 plus a ball. Crowell drops 6. That'll put him at 121. Glennis McKinley starts up again. 8 on the fill. She's at 116 at the half. St. Cyr chops 3. Oh, just missed the 2 pin. McKinley at 125 after 6. St. Cyr is 70. McKinley, a little full in the head pin, gets 9. Lucky break on the 7-10. St. Cyr, 2 full. Drops a 3 and 1. He's got the 2, 3, 6, and 10. Glennis covers hers. He's in his spare. 135 plus a ball after 7. St. Cyr's at the 2-3 left. Tries to kick the 2 off the sidewall. He'll take a 9 box. He's 79 after 7. Strike on spare for McKinley.
Real 1 and 2 right now. Real 1 and 2.
165 plus 2 balls after 8. 155 after 8.
Plus record is 204.
Get over. First fill ball is 8.
Nice setup there for the 610.
Got a plank in front of the 610. Looks like it is very favorable. St. Cyr's got the triangle right, the 3, 5, and 6. Oh! Chop the 6 off the 10. St. Cyr covers his first. He's got spare on strike. He's at 99 plus a ball.
Late to the party, Bob. Late to the party. See the spirit of joy.
St. Cyr is 99 plus a ball after 9. Glennis McKinley is 173 going into the 10th. We've got a scoring correction coming up. Hold on 1 second, folks. Nice shot. Glennis's score is not final. St. Cyr's at 113 plus this last box. That'll put him at 123. Load it up, baby. $188. Waiting for the score correction though. Glennis McKinley with a 189.
They added a pin on the last
got it. Okay.
So it is a 189.
All right.
Scoring's off, but
The-
automatic scoring, right?
Right. The 189 is correct. Connors McKinley with a 189 game. That was a damn good game.
The good news is you have the string.
What's
What's
in this house? In this house, I'm not sure. Danny would know.
Oh, that's got to be it. I think Jake was 204 for men. I don't think the women's was 180.
We'll be back after this short break.
44 by Glennis McKinley. And for those of you that weren't paying attention, in this last string, we have a new women's high single. Originally 163 by Lori Lewis. It was beaten by Lori Schiappa, by 26 pins. Glennis McKinley with a 189. So, single, triple, and high five for women's have all fallen. Men, get your shit together.
The previous comments were the opinion of Danny Finn and don't reflect Candlepin Corner at all. I'm kidding. Men, get your shit together. Reassigning lanes right now. We're going to go back to our sponsor break. I will return. I'm Chris Waterman. This is Outrun the Bear Scratch 2023, live from Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. We'll be back shortly. Myrick up on lane 19, and Mike Capone up on lane 20. I'm Chris Waterman. We're at Ryan Family Amusements for Outrun the Bear Scratch 2023. New Glennis McKinley with her 189 just set a new house record. She shattered the previous record by 26 pins. Congratulations, Glennis. Mike Capone starts with a 9 box, and Richie Meyer with a 10. Yeah, no kidding. Mike Capone drops 5. Richie Myrick with the 3-4. Mike Capone with the miss. Richie tries to cut it over, takes the 3 but not the 4. Mike Capone chops the head pin for a 6 box. Richie cleans his up for a 10 box. Mike Capone on the head pin leaves the 6 and 7. Richie Myrick with the Caleri right. The 1, 3, 6, 8, and 10. There is wood behind the 1 and the 3. Mike Capone plays the 7 pin in the wood in front of it, hoping to drive it. And Myrick cleans everything up at the head pin with the Caleri. Capone with the 10 box. Myrick misses to the left for a 9 box. After 3, it's Capone, 25, Myrick, 29. Capone with 7 on his first ball. Richie Myrick in the pocket light, drops 8. He's got the 6 and 7 with some wood in front of the 6. Capone misses the 2-7 through the middle. Capone tries it to hit the other side. Ends up with an 8 box. Myrick was checking out the where the wood had settled down. Gave it a ride. Scared the 7 pin, but it didn't go. Capone with the spread eagle. Myrick immediately waved off called a foul on himself. Puts him at 38 after 3. Capone took 3 off the spread eagle. Myrick has the 3 Stooges plus the 9 pin. Capone chops the 6 off of the 310. That's an 8 box for him. He'll sit on a 41. Myrick is just off the head pin. Cleans everything up but the head pin. And Meyer cleans it up for a 10 box. He will sit down at 48. Matt Nichols up on lane 20. Nichols starts off with a spare. Nichols fills his spare with 3. Then drops 2 on the second ball. Ends up with an 8 box. Nichols with a 2 and 2 leave. He's got the 2, 4, 6, and 10. You have to forgive me, I don't know who's bowling on lane 19. I'm trying to figure it out right now. 10 box. Nichols with the 4 horseman right. He's at 28 after 3. Nichols with the conversion on the 4 horseman. Single pin for lane 19. Cleans it up for a 10. Nichols with the triangle far left. 4, 7, and 8. Strike on lane 19. 47, 2 balls sitting down on. Nichols with a spare. And back to the first bowls, we've got Richie Myrick up on lane 19. And Mike Capone up on lane 20. Mike Capone took my $50 bounty from me from game 4. Mike Capone with the 1, 3, 6, and 7. Richie Myrick with the 7 pin. Excuse me. Mike Capone chops this 10 off of his lead. I'm sorry, chopped the head pin off. Richie misses his single pin. Oh, he didn't miss it. Never mind. Strike that. That's not Richie Myrick. Mike Capone with a spare in the 8th. Mike Capone off the object pin drops. He leaves the 4-8. Richie Myrick has the 2-4-7. Mike Capone with a 92 after 9. And Richie with an 84. Seemed to have a little bit of a... oh, Mike Capone punches the half Whistler right. Richie Myrick takes 3 off the left side. Seemed to have a little bit of a letdown in the scoring after last game. Mike Capone hits the object pin, leaves a 7-10 with wood in front of the 10. Richie Myrick, little bit of friendly wood, leaves a 1 and 7. Mike Capone with a 9 box and a cry of disbelief or a groan of displeasure. And Richie Myrick with a 92. And Sonia Johnson up on lane 19 and Matt Nichols up on lane 20. against Nichols 55 and a ball. Sonia Johnson 47 and 2 balls. Nichols drops 5. She's got the 1, 2, 6, 8, and 10. Johnson has the 4 horseman right. She takes the middle 2 out of that. Nichols with a 10 box. He's at 70 after 6. Johnson at 64 after 6. This is the Scratch Outrun the Bear 2023. I'm Chris Waterman reporting live from Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. Nichols hits the head pin, leaves the triangle of far right. Johnson with a strike in the 7th. Drops 8 on her first bonus ball. Matt Nichols with a 10. He's at 80 after 7. Johnson with spare on strike. Apologies, it was a foul on that. Yep, you get the box over. Nichols off to the left, leaves the 4 horseman right and the 7 pin. Due to a lane malfunction, Sonia Johnson gets to re-bowl her 9th. Takes full advantage of it, drops 9. Don't hurt him, Matt. That's a 9 box from Nichols. Puts him at 103. Sonia Johnson's at an even 100. Nichols full on the head pin, drops everything but the 7. Sonia Johnson with the spread eagle. Nichols no luck on his lane. Sonia Johnson takes the right side of her spread eagle. Nichols misses the 7 pin. Johnson takes 2 off of the left side of the spread eagle. She's at 109. Matt Nichols is at 112. We're scoring this really quickly. We'll be back after a short sponsor break. 13 was the cutoff for this run.
Is $55.
Ouch.
Yeah, well, you know what they say is dollar a day late, dollar short.
Alright, so same thing, keep moving to the right. If you have the ability to consolidate, you can consolidate. We will have one bowler bowling solo. I will come down and help. We have 11 bowlers left, 3 with a buyback. And the buyback for this round is $60. We are still paying top 8. So I believe if you get out of this round or have a
55's
buyback,
last round, 60's this one.
you should be in good shape.
That's okay.
I'm really just focused on dill pickle cheese curds right now.
Don't even want to know.
If you see a picture of Wilfred Brimley, you know you're in trouble.
Well, the cat that they had dubbed over with his voice.
Have you seen that one?
Yes.
That's still one of my favorite ones.
All the diabetics here, we're all making jokes.
Oh, you found it? Diabetes.
The diabetes. So we have Lori Schiappa up on lane 19 and Dave Barber up on lane 20. I can spell. I blame the diabetes. Dave Barber starts out with a spare 9. And throws another spare on top of that. Larry Schiappa starts with a 9. Dave Barber, spare 9, spare 7 to start. Laurie Schiappa is 19 after 2. Dave Barber's 3 spares now. Dave Barber with an 8 fill on the spare. He's got the baby split to 2-7. Laurie Schiappa with a spare 4. Dave Barber with 4 marks in a row. Nine fill for Laurie Schiappa. She's at 42. Dave Barber fills his spare with 9. Dave Barber with 5 spares in a row to start. Laurie Schiappa at 51 after the halfway point. Dave Barber's 84 plus a ball at the halfway point. And Chris Waterman reporting from Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts for the 2023 Scratch Outrun the Bear. Joey Lister up on lane 20, drops 6. Dean Sullivan on 19, drops 4 on the left side. You're fine, Dan. Lister tries to kick the 4-7 over into the 8-10, doesn't work. Dean Sullivan cleans everything up but the 9-pin. Lister with a 9 box. And Dean Sullivan with a 9 box. Lister just off the head pin, drops 8. Dean Sullivan with a strike. Lister covers his 2 pins for a spare. Lister, little full in the pocket, leaves the 8-10. No wood to help. Sullivan, a little too full, leaves the 2, 4, and 10. There's wood behind the 4. Lister tries to kick the wood that was against the 10 off the sidewall. Sullivan chops the 4 off the 2. Lister with a 10 box. He's at 36 after 3. Sullivan off to the left. He's at 35 after 3. Big difference in the noise level compared to this morning, now that we're down to 11 bowlers. Score correction going on for Joey Lister. Lister is 37 after 3, and Sullivan is 35 after 3. Lister punches 3. Dean Sullivan leaves the Three Stooges right. He's got the 1, 3, and 6. Lister, nice conversion for a spare. Sullivan chops the head pin off the Three Stooges, leaves the 3 and the 6. Nine box with Dean Sullivan, puts him at 44. Lister is 47 plus a ball. Lister drops 4. He's at 51 after 4 after filling his spare. Dean Sullivan chops the half Worcester right. Sullivan down the bunny hole. Joey Lister has the 1, 7, and 8 left. Goes for the short thing and takes the 2 pins and count. He's at 60 at the halfway point. Sullivan chops another 3 off. That'll put him at 49 at the half. Laurie Schiappa up on lane 19, Dave Barber up on lane 20. Barber off the head pin, leaves the 4 horseman right, plus it's the 7 pin. Schiappa, half Worcester right. Barber, full on the head pin, takes 4. Schiappa knocks out, takes down another 3. Barber with a 10 box, puts him at 99 after 6. Schiappa with an 8 box, she's at 59 after 6. Barber has the 2, 7, and 8 with wood to help. Chiappa with an 8-pin drop. She has the 2 and the 4. There is a piece of wood near the 2, but I don't think it'll come into play. Barber chops the 8-pin off of his leave. Chiappa with the spare. Barber with a 9 box. He's at 108 after 108 after 7. Chiappa is 69 plus a ball after 7. Barber in the pocket, light hit, leaves the check mark right plus the 9-pin. Chiappa off to the right, takes 3. Barber chops 2 to 5 and the 9 off of his leave. Chiappa's off to the left. Four pins remaining for her. Barber cleans his up for a spare. He's at 118. And Chiappa drops another 2 for an 8 box. That'll put her at 80. Barber with a strike. Chiappa leaves the 2, 4, and 7. She's got wood up against the 2. Oh, nice spare. She actually had the 8 there with it. Covers it all with the spare using the wood that was there. Barber's first fill ball is a 9 drop. Chiappa leaves the 4 horseman right. Barber with a spare. Puts him at 148 plus a ball. Chiappa misses off to the right. Off to the left. I know my left from my right, really, I do. Barber with the 7 box. Puts him at 155. Lori Chiappa's at 105. Joey Lister up on lane 20 and Dean Sullivan up on lane 19. Lister on target. He's got the 4, 7, and 10 with a rogue piece of wood rolling out. Call time here and have that removed. Sullivan with the 5, 8, 9, and 10. Lister takes the 4 and the 10 out of his leave. nice bid by Sullivan. Lee takes everything but the 9. Lister with a 10 box. We put him at 70 after 6. Sullivan with a 10 box. He is at 59 after 6. Lister full on the head pin. Gets a nice break. Ends up with the 610 with wood in front of it. Sullivan light in the pocket. He leaves the diamond left, the 2, 4, 5, and 8. Lister with the spare. Sullivan with the bid for the diamond, and the diamond wins again. Leaves the 5 and the 8 up. Sullivan is 69 through 7. Lister is 80 plus his ball. 2 full on the head pin. He's got the spread eagle. That'll put him at 84 after 7. Sullivan off the head pin. Leaves the 4 horsemen left. By the way, the 3 bowlers that are remaining with buybacks are Nick Norcross, Dave Barber, and Jason Gauthier Jr. Lister chops 2 off to the left side of the spread eagle. Sullivan cleans up the 4 horsemen for a spare. Nice pickup by Lister on what was left of the spread eagle, the 2, 3, 6, and 10. Using the sidewall. He is at 94 after 8. Sullivan is 79 plus a ball through 8. Yep. Lister 2 full on the head pin again. He's got the spread eagle with the clipped wing, the 7's missing, and the talon, the 8 pin. Sullivan in a little too full on the head pin. He leaves the 6, 7, 10 with wood. There's a piece of wood in the middle between the 3 pins, and then there's a piece of wood against the 6 pin. It's not angled towards the 7. It's parallel to us, to our view. Sullivan tries to drive the 6-10 in the wood off of the sidewall into the 7. He's got the 7 pin with the piece of wood, that piece of wood I was talking about before. Lister picks the 2 off the 2, 3, 4 that was left. Sullivan with the 10 box. Sullivan is 96 through 9, and Lister is 102 through 9. Lister with the spread eagle with the clip wing. The 3 pin is missing off of the spread eagle. Sullivan light in the pocket, leaves the diamond left again. The 2, 4, 5, and 8. Lister off to the left. He takes the 4, 7 off the left wing. Sullivan, diamond wins again. This time he takes the 5 and 8 and leaves the 2 and the 4. Lister misses to the right. That's a 7 box to him. That'll put him at 109. And Sullivan is a 106. I'm going to take a very short break right now, and we'll be back very shortly, very soon.
122 or better. That's a 122 or better. We are knocking out the bottom 4 bowlers. We have 6 bowlers left. 2 still have their buyback.
And then there were 6. Dave Barber, Danny Harris, Craig Holbrook, Brian Cowell, Jason Gauthier Jr., and Nick Norcross. I'm Chris Waterman from Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. This is the 2023 edition of the Scratch Outrun the Bear. And I wanted to give our sponsors a shout out. Our sponsors for today are B&B Seamless Gutters, Reardon HVAC, Tax Strategy Pro David Rando, Mel's Commonwealth Cafe, Lighthouse Productions Rhode Island, and Candlepin Corner. Again, our sponsors this year are B&B Seamless Gutters, Reardon HVAC, Tax Strategy Pro David Rando, Mel's Commonwealth Cafe, Lighthouse Productions Rhode Island, Candlepin Corner, and the Neighborhood Kitchen. I apologize to the Neighborhood Kitchen. That was there's good food there. I've actually eaten there when I'd stream the tournament out in Lakeville at Spare Time Lanes. Best thing is you order at the bowling desk and they bring the food right to your lane. So we'll be consolidating down to 3 lanes now. I'll be using 19, 20, and 21 by the looks of it. So I'll have full coverage of those 3 lanes. I'll try to keep you posted on what's happening on 21. So to briefly recap, we're in round 10. There's 6 bowlers remaining, 2 bowlers with buybacks. It's Dave Barber and Jason Gauthier Jr. Buybacks of $65. The bottom 4 will be eliminated. Tournament high single is $290. It's Jason Gauthier Jr. The triple strike pool, 2 people have a share of that, Matt Nichols and Corey Packard. And my bounty, Chris Waterman's highest game in the 4th, 50, went to Mike Capone with a 149. So on lane 19 we have Danny Harris. On lane 20 it's Jason Gauthier Jr. Throwing their scores up in one moment. Danny Harris starts out with a 9, then a strike. Jason Gauthier's got a 9 box. Danny Harris has got the 3, 4, 6, and 10. Tries to play the wood, misses. No luck with that. Jason Gauthier picks 3 up. He's at 33 after 3. Jason Gauthier with an 8 box. He's at 17 after 2. Danny Harris off the head pin. Leaves the 3 Stooges left, the 1, 2, 4, and the 10 pin. Jason Gauthier with the 3, 6, 10 with wood in front of it. Danny Harris with a nice cleanup with some sidewall help. No, you're fine. Jason Gauthier with a spare. Gauthier. Danny Harris with an 8 box with an 8 fill on his spare. Danny with another spare. He'll sit down. 61 plus a ball. Jason Gauthier with a 9 box. He's at 44 after 4. Danny Harris has finished his half. He's 61 plus a ball. Craig Holbrook's up on lane 21. He's at 60 after 4. Jason Gauthier with a 7. With an 8 box. I'm sorry, with an 8. He's got the Woolworth, the 5 and 10. And that's an 8 box for Jason Gauthier, Jr. He's at 53, 52. Okay, for some reason he's got a 7, so I will correct that. I apologize for that. He's at 51 at the halfway point. Nick Norcross up in lane 20, and Brian Crowell up in lane 19. Crowell with a 9, both bulls with a 9 drop. Well, this is going to be the end, Micah, so jeez. All right. I have to make a decision here. I'm going to kill this off, and I will come back as soon as possible for the finals. Hang tight, folks.